Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations. It's a learning tool in diplomacy, a learning tool in public speaking, a learning tool for consensus building as a prelude to peace building and peace and security. We teach the students how to look for common ground on every issue, which is an important component of international cooperation and diplomacy. These are diplomats. Every delegate you see here this morning, Your Excellency, they are representing member states of the United Nations. And they will be speaking and conducting themselves in the manner the real ambassadors and permanent representatives of member states to the UN would have done on the floor of the UN General Assembly. It's going to be a great day, Your Excellency. We are glad to have you in our midst. My name is Sheyi Shoremekun. I'm the National Information Officer of the United Nations Information Center in Nigeria, and I'm representing the country director. On this note, I would like to invite the President of the LASSMUN General Assembly and the Secretary General of the LASSMUN General Assembly, the 4th session, to please proceed to the podium. And as they come, may I request the pleasure of distinguished delegates to please rise as we welcome the President of the 4th session of LASSMUN General Assembly as they proceed to the podium. The President of the LASSMUN General Assembly is Ambassador Grace Onye Consola Olutoke. She is of Government Senior Model College, Owutu Ikorodu. Then please sit down, Your Excellency. Then we have the rapporteur of this plenary. She is Ambassador Iroam Victory China Mepere of Lagos Progressive Senior Secondary School, Surulere. The Secretary General of this session will also join. He is attending to pressing General Assembly matters. You may be seated, ma'am. Your Excellency, Madam President of the General Assembly, you have the floor. Thank you.
Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Director, United Nations Information Center, Nigeria, our distinguished Tutor Generals and Permanent Secretaries of Lagos Education, Districts 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, and District 6. Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community, Your Excellencies, delegates to the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The first session of the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations Assembly is hereby called to order. May we rise to observe a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Your Excellencies, you have with you the provisional agenda for this fourth session of LASSMUN General Assembly. This needs to be adopted before we proceed. I hereby call for a motion for the adoption of the agenda. The delegates of Canada, you're recognized. You may proceed to move your motion.
The delegate of Canada hereby rises to move the motion for the adoption of the General Assembly LASSMUN 2023 session.
Thank you. Is there any delegate to second the motion for the adoption of this agenda? Thank you. With the provisional agenda for the first session of the LASSMUN General Assembly hereby being deemed adopted. Having adopted the provisional agenda for this General Assembly, the President wishes to proceed to address Your Excellencies. Your Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, the Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished delegates of the first session of LASSMUN, you are the reason for our gathering here today. I am profoundly grateful for this opportunity given to the youths by LASSMUN to get acquainted with the workings of the United Nations, to exhibit your leadership capabilities, and also get acquainted with the varied issues of international diplomacy and nation building. To the past presidents of LASSMUN, I am grateful for the roles you played and your strong leadership styles. It is with humility that I speak with you as the fourth president of the General Assembly of LASSMUN. I am fully aware of the enormous responsibility reposed on me in this capacity, and I also do not toy with them. Let me welcome you all formally to this LASSMUN gathering. Indeed, education is a human right with immense power to transform. On its foundation rest the cornerstones for democracy, freedom, and sustainable human development. This was posited by Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the United Nations. Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognized that education is not a privilege, but a fundamental human right. It's so sad that as we look at the world today, we see a lot of out-of-school children. No nation can make progress and bring about development without educating its people. We find the world replete with wars, diseases, natural disasters, climate change, and so on. We need a world that is educated to bring all these to a halt. And we can only address all these collectively through the LASSMUN. I believe strongly, as the president of the first session of the LASSMUN General Assembly, that this international synergy can help bring the world out of these doldrums of illiteracy and underdevelopment. I believe we can resolve all outstanding issues and seize the great opportunity for a new revolution that is powered by millions of sustainable innovations. Every member state here represented needs to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table and align all public and private spending behind the 26th article of the UDHR and the 4th Sustainable Development Goal. Delegates, let's get set to work, incorporate with multilateral institutions like the United Nations and other stakeholders to aggregate and amplify our collective strength and progress towards dealing with these challenges. Let this fourth session of the LASSMUN be the takeoff point of a new era of achieving these long-term goals. We will be more impactful and successful if all member states are working towards the full mission to which we are called. I therefore call on all member states to come together right now, because no country can achieve sustainable development and endure peace without others. Delegates, there is work to be done. Our commitment towards achieving these tall targets and impeccable results must remain a top priority in our policies across countries. The future generations are looking up to us, and we must not disappoint them. Thank you. Okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst dignitaries from the Lagos State government, federal parastatals, private sector, the United Nations system, as well as the diplomatic community. We need to listen to their messages and words of advice. Your Excellencies, the delegates, you may move a motion for the suspension of debates for our dignitaries to take up the floor. The delegates of Comoros, you're recognized. You may proceed to move your motion. Thank you. Is there any other delegates to second this motion? Yes, the delegates of Angola, you're recognized. The delegates of Angola, the motion on the floor is for the suspension of our proceedings, for us to listen to the messages and words of advice from our dignitaries. Would you like to speak? Yes, the delegates of Angola.
The delegate of Angola completes with his fault and hereby apologizes and seconds the motion for suspension of our proceedings for the dignitaries to give their advice. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to invite the Tutor General and Permanent Secretary of Lagos Education District 2, the indefatigable Mrs. Anike Adekanye, to give a welcome address. The floor is yours, ma'am.
LASSMUN conference. This is a conference where we have all the nations here present. I saw the courage, with passion, which our students, delegates, play out important of their roles and inclusion on this platform. This is the fourth edition, and I can assure you, showcase the positive effects of Teams Plus of Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the governor of this state, the governor who has been pouring huge amount of money as investment on education. That is the effect we are seeing today. And don't forget, the Teams Plus is about social status, women, and what? Youth. Who are the youth? You are the youth. You are the leader of today and leader of our future. You are highly welcome, but permit me to the Lagos State visionary and smart governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I think you should give him something good. The atmosphere is peaceful, the environment is so cool and conducive for learning in all our schools. That is why we are able to package this for all you children. Give it to me. Give it to me. Thank you for all that he has done, doing, will still do for Lagos State students. For deepening development in all sectors, most especially in the education sector of Lagos State, the passionate implementation of the innovative education and technology as a pillar in his team agenda, even the Team Plus for the second tenure, it shows that Mr. Governor, in the last 4 years, has moved Lagos State and education to innovative technology-driven and therefore become more impactful, directional, realizable, and sustainable venues. I equally appreciate the Deputy Governor of our dear state, Dr. Kadri Amzat, for inspiring our students to quality and responsible leadership. I appreciate the head of state of our dear state, the best civil service in Nigeria, the 21st century head of state, the 21st century, our amiable Mr. Akim Muri Okunola. I congratulate our mother, the mother of million children, who has deemed it fit to come and associate with you. She has a lot of things to do in her office. She has a lot of things to do in her home. She has an award to be collected today at Lagos State University. but she decided, I never, I didn't, we did not know that the first lady of this state will come, not sending representatives, not joining through women to associate with the children. I think we will learn from this. And she came at a perfect time, 5 minutes to 11. I congratulate the United Nations, the unit, the LASSMUN, the Lagos State Education family, my wonderful, hard-working Tutor General, Permanent Secretary from District 1, Mr. Bashiru Adekawale, from District 3, Dr. Yetola, who is a son graduating at LASSU, and District 4, Dr. Ochinaike, also in LASSU, District 5, Mr. Amuni, District 6, Alaja Sherifat, District, and your obedient servant, and the chairman of this last month for the 4th edition, my president, I am Mrs. Aneke Adepoli, the Speaker General, Permanent Secretary, Education District. Education is not a privilege. It is a fundamental human right.
Yes, it is under various valued, even the best times. We often fail to connect the dots between the right education and the realization of human rights. As noted by the Nobel-winning economist Amati, who says that many nations and leaders today are falling to give this massive potential to transform human lives and attention it deserves. As young minds, you need to demand from the world government to give a well-designed and set commitment and targets that can move onto the right path with effective education program that install in the future of generation the importance of sustaining development and delivering a prosperous future of many years rather than a few. This conference has proven to be a huge success in its administration and the outcome as a number of Lagos State public secondary school diplomacy, international relations, the United Nations, and also contributed to burning issues bordering on world peace, safety, preservation of life, climate change, and make development sustainable. It is wonderful to see that so many of our students sometimes completely picking up interest in international issues. That is to say, in Lagos State, we are not only preparing our students for the Lagos State alone, we are preparing you for future whereby internationally you can compete with any student from anywhere in the old world. Dear delegates, as your chairman, I congratulate you for the real privilege and opportunity to lend your voices to some of the most pressing issues of 21st century. Finally, I appreciate everyone seated today. I wish you a successful LASSMUN conference. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. But always remember one thing, that in Lagos State, even the First Lady has decided to make a palliatives for many schools She, as a mother, for the first time in the history of Lagos State education, decided to get something through council. What is council? Committee of Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. That is what is called council. Mama is our chairman, and she, for the first time, putting a lot of money, a lot of resources through council to make sure that our schools are getting better, making construction of ICT center even in primary schools, renovating toilets in primary and secondary school, making sure our school, our classroom are in containers with 21st century, ensuring that safety of every student in Lagos State is paramount to this woman. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor to say thank you, ma. We will forever remember you and our daddy, the governor of their state, Mr. Babajide Olushola. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn á ṣoríire. Ẹ ò wá ní rí ń gbé sọnù mà bí kò ṣe bí ọmọ. Your home will be a home of peace. The Lagos State will always have peace. Nigeria will have peace. Igbo ọdún today, kò sí wàhálà. It shall be well, and it is well. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that wonderful speech. May I invite His Excellency, the Secretary General of LASSMUN 2023, Ambassador Daniel Farumbi, to address this General Assembly.
Your Excellencies, the President of LASSMUN General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the fourth session of LASSMUN Conference 2023. I express my appreciation of the General Assembly's support to the Secretariat. As we all know, the theme for this year is education as a human right and a key driver to sustainable development. To this end, permit me to say, education is one of the greatest assets, if not the greatest, that can change the world for good. It is also a pedestal to any meaningful sustainable development in any country of the world. Furthermore, research has also shown that a person with more knowledge is liable to creating new things and effecting a transformational change in character traits, a person with more knowledge is liable to creating new things that affect a transformable change in character traits, which would help our world experience a phenomenal change in the aspects of creativity and critical thinking as regards overcoming life's challenges. As independent countries, we have been faced with various challenges that might be tougher to handle individually. However, as United Nations, there is absolutely nothing impossible we can't achieve in togetherness. Hence, the need for interdependence of nations and creation of policies that will embrace all sundry to ensuring that education is prioritized by every member state. Looking at education sector, there is need for us to tackle gender inequality, deprivation of rights of persons with disabilities, low establishment of school building, illiteracy and low allocation for education by introducing policies that would encapsulate the importance of education and its effect on sustainable development across the globe. On this note, I would encourage more inclusion in the education system of every country, as the education of a child can uplift a country's standard to an unimaginable height. The policy of making education quality and compulsory and accessible to every child from primary school to higher institution should be our main priority. Your Excellencies, it is obvious that there is so much work to be done, and we must not relent. Rather, focus on making education a tool for liberation, exposure, and most importantly, for sustainable development in line with the objective of the United Nations on education. The time to do that is now. Thank you very much.
Next is the message of the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, followed by the statement of Director, United Nations Information Center, Nigeria, Mr. Ronald Kayanja, represented by the National Information Officer, Mr. Oluseyi Shiremeko.
Thank you for taking part in this Model United Nations Conference and for believing in the power of global cooperation to solve global problems. We need your engagement and ideas today more than ever. Conflict, poverty, hunger, and inequalities are on the rise. A surge of mistrust and misinformation is polarizing people and paralyzing societies. Human rights are under assault. And the triple planetary crisis, climate disruption, pollution, and catastrophic biodiversity loss is threatening lives and livelihoods everywhere. But we can turn things around. Humanity has shown time and again that we are capable of great things when we work together across geographies and generations. To do so, we need an inclusive and networked multilateralism, one that ensures young people have a seat and a say in shaping our common future. We need your creativity, courage, and commitment. I draw hope from seeing your generation challenge the status quo and call for transformative challenge. The United Nations is your steadfast ally in striving to build a more just, sustainable, inclusive, and peaceful world for all. Thank you.
Lady of Lagos State, our distinguished Tutor General and Permanent Secretaries of the 6 education districts of Lagos State, the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellencies, delegates to the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations LASSMUN, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings from the Director of the UN Information Center in Nigeria, Mr. Ronald Kayanja. Unique, the UN Information Center is glad to be part of this 4th regular session of the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations LASSMUN again this year. The 6 Lagos education districts and the UN Information Center have come a long way. Together, we have demonstrated a deep sense of commitment and dedication. Preparation for this year's edition was particularly challenging for us as UN Information Center as we moved office from Lagos to Abuja last year. This meant huge cost of travel to our organizations, but no cost is too high to sustain this great initiative to challenge these young people to aspire for the top. I want to especially thank the Tutors General Permanent Secretaries for their commitment to sustaining LASSMUN. We are greatly impressed by consistency of quality and commitment since 2019. During this period, we have worked with different focal persons on the part of the permanent secretaries of the education districts. This year, our profound gratitude goes to an achiever, a goal-getter, accessible, responsive, and amiable Mrs. Adekonye, the TGPS Education District 2, for her leadership. LASSMUN journey started in 2019 when the first regular session was held at African University, Lekki. COVID-19 didn't allow the 2020 edition to hold. The second edition was at Alliance Francaise, Ikoyi, while the third edition took place at the University of Lagos. From 500 delegates in 2019 to 1,980 delegates in 2022. This year, the total number of delegates to LASSMUN conference is 3,860, thereby making LASSMUN arguably the biggest model United Nations in the world. It is interesting to note that the key message of LASSMUN theme was disseminated to thousands of students in Lagos State, from whom the 3,860 delegates were selected. Congratulations to Your Excellency, the delegates. Each edition of LASSMUN has raised hundreds of future diplomats, confident of debating global issues and situating same in the context of their assigned countries. This year, the delegates will be speaking on the theme, Education as a Human Right and Key Driver of Sustainable Development. The world is witnessing a deepening climate crisis, widening inequalities, an escalation of threat to peace and security, and of course, rising challenges of human rights and gender equality. We are at the midpoint of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, but many countries, including Nigeria, are still lagging in achieving the goals and targets, no thanks to COVID-19 and the resultant global recession that slowed down the progress. Model UN is a platform for young people to discuss and profile solutions to global challenges. It is my hope, therefore, that this 2023 LASSMUN will discuss some of these issues at the committee sessions and at the plenary, and at the end, come up with a resolution that provides a pointer to solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, United Nations, for your incredible and amazing support. Excellencies, the diplomatic community is ably represented today, as always, by the Consul General of the Republic of Cameroon in Lagos, Nigeria. Her Excellency, Madam Besem Manga, the most consistent diplomat at the LASSMUN General Assembly. Your Excellency, Ma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, President of the General Assembly. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Madam First Lady, Dr. Mrs. I'll get it, Ibijoke. I wanted to call it like a Lagosian. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, First Lady of Lagos State. On behalf of the diplomatic community present in Lagos State, permit me to extend my very hearty congratulations to His Excellency the Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for his brilliant re-election into the helm of affairs to man again the affairs of Lagos State for another term. Assure him of our support and our collaboration in events like this. The diplomatic community present in Lagos State is willing to partner with the Lagos State government in order to foster brilliant ideas like this. Thank you very much. So it was Dr. James Emmanuel Agre, the Ghanaian scholar, which said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. I have nothing against men. But if you educate women and youth, you educate the nation. However, education without proper policy orientation, we would never achieve the sustainable development that we are looking for. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presence of the very First Lady herself, her implication into this LASSMUN conference is an indication that the Lagos State government, with all the partners are ready to orientate these youth, to give them the proper orientation that they need. In the face of cyber bullying, in the face of gender-based violence, if we properly orientate this youth, we will be looking at the much desired sustainable development. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, once more, I want to pledge our support from the diplomatic community to partner with the Lagos State government and the United Nations Information Center to channel, orientate, and guide the youth that are here in order for them to bring out their full potential, because that is what we are aiming at. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma, for your speech. Your Excellencies, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs is LASSMUN's technical partner. It is therefore my pleasure to invite our chief host, the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Egosa Emmanuel Osage, to address this assembly. The floor is yours, sir.
Let me stand on existing protocol, but not without mentioning our First Lady, who is sitting right here with us, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. I hope I pronounce it well. Welcome, Your Excellency. Once again, let me join others to congratulate your husband for the second term that was given to him by the people of Lagos State. I must confess, his works in Lagos State is unprecedented, and we are truly happy with him. I'm here on behalf of my Director General, Professor Egosa Osagai, who is unavoidably absent. You know, he traveled for another official engagement. His message to this auspicious program is this: let me first welcome you to the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, a world institute in Africa, and an African institute in Nigeria, and a Nigerian institute in Lagos. But sometimes we also add a Lagos institute at Kufo Abayomi. And the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs is happy to collaborate with and host you in this program. First, let me extend my greetings to the United Nations Information Center, UNIC, and the Lagos State government for this great program. I must confess, it shows that we have a future we want to build, and a future that we really want for our children. Maybe then we are not going to be here, but they will take off from where we stop. It is with great honor I am delivering this keynote address at this important meeting of the 4th regular session of the Lagos Secondary School Model United Nations General Assembly, holding today at the Institute. As we already are aware, Model United Nations is a popular activity in simulation for the purpose of learning more about how the United Nations operates in real time. Many of today's leaders have at one time or the other participated in Model UN as a student. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the last few years has shown that no nation, and we heard it from the Secretary General himself, is truly positioned to solve independently problems such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, endemic insecurity, intra and interstate wars, poverty, underdevelopment, which are all global challenges and proving difficult to resolve except we all come together as one. Hence, there is no better time in the transcendental stage of human development to instruct the spirit of multilateralism than at this young age. The phrase, catch them young, and the youth are leaders of tomorrow, is better showcased now than ever at this Model United Nations General Assembly. Thus, it is judicious at this time and as a matter of necessity to establish into these young people the spirit of leadership in solving global problems through concerted efforts. And us in NIA, we are glad that we are part of this great program. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, more importantly, I am truly glad to be among these young ambassadors and permanent representatives of their various countries here represented, hoping that the deliberation will serve their national interests and will be fruitful to our various countries. And as a Nigerian, I add, our representatives should take our national interest into consideration while deliberations go on. I thank you all for coming and agreeing to be part of this program. I thank the Secretary General sitting here, and I thank the President for this wonderful program. Thank you all for attention.
Many thanks to you, sir, for that keynote speech. It is my honor and privilege to invite the First Lady of Lagos State, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. I yield the floor to Her Excellency, the First Lady, to address the LASSMUN 2023 General Assembly.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am highly honored to be here today. To God be the glory for making it possible for me to be here. I guess this is where God wanted me to be. The President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Grace Oyinkansola Olutoki, the Secretary General, Ambassador Daniel Farumbi, the Deputy Secretary General, Ambassador Stephen Samuel, the Consular General, the Republic of Cameroon in Lagos, who I know should be given an award, has been mentioned here that she's always coming, she doesn't miss. Her Excellency Ambassador Besem Manga. I think I got you. The DG Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Ehosa Emmanuel Osaige. Thank you for allowing us to use this place. The Tutor General, the PS of Education District 2, here representing the different districts in her own capacity, and also being a sister and a member of Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, a politician par excellence, Mrs. Anike Adekonye. Thank you very much. the various tutor generals here present, District 1 to 6, the principals, the National Information Officer UN, Mr. Oluseyi Shoremeku, diplomatic corps here present and the diplomatic community, the students of LASSMUN, delegates of different nations of UN here present. I can see the different attires here. Can you just stand up so we can see you again? Oh my God. Wow. Different countries. You have your flags and you have your, okay, we have the whole nation here. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. Well done. Please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Now, this is a great opportunity for me to be here, and I'm so happy I did not miss it. I did not know that we had something like this going on, and for me to be here when you're having the 4th edition, I'm highly honored. Going to United Nations myself, entering that United Nations building, I entered it for the first time last year. It was an opportunity for me. You know, I was so super excited. The security, even to enter the place, wasn't easy at all. They had to make sure that you were the right person that was entering. They will profile you properly, make sure that you get a special ID card before you can even enter. And you know the ID card nowadays have all these barcodes behind it. So they scan it and make sure everywhere you see the security inside the building. Now, learning does not stop in the classroom. Even when you travel, you learn every day. So that just was beautiful for me. And then seeing that even in Nigeria here, the United Nations Information Center, with conjunction with the secondary school students here, the DG for the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs here said that catch them young. And that is exactly what is happening here. When we were your age, we didn't have the opportunity sitting down like this, modeling United Nations. And this is exactly what you see when you go over there. So we must commend the Ministry of Education, all the teachers, principals, for allowing this to happen. Although in our own time, old school, we had the Literary and Debating Society. We did not call it LASSMUN. It is never in doubt that education is the bedrock and pillar that holds the fabric of society firmly together. Education, in the words of the great Nelson Mandela, is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This clearly underscores the significance and importance of education. Education is a bridge from misery to hope and a tool for daily life in modern society. It therefore gives me great joy and satisfaction to fully participate in the 4th session of the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations, which is a learning platform to expand the frontiers of education and empower students
research fellows that also technically supported. They want to have, yes, please.
From government senior secondary school, Ikorodu, the teacher Obafemi Lawal. Yes, ma'am. Obafemi. The teacher from Bolade Senior Secondary School, Mr. Olushoro. Yes, ma'am. Name of your teacher. This is your good day, more place. Hold on. The first lady would like to celebrate you because of your students. I think you should be glad for that. Are you happy? The teachers.
All right, thank you. All the delegates, be on your feet with your placards. Her Excellency will come over to take with you all. So photographers can come up here. Make sure your placard is not upside down. No. Okay, are you sure? Okay, we will do both. So that. It's okay. Raise your placards and then put on smiles. Smiles. Then there is another one, sit down, but still raise your placards. As an, eh? No. Yeah, exactly. Burkina Faso, raise your placards very well, exactly. China, raise your placards very well. I should be there. Your Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, we want to thank you profoundly for your time. We have a request, Ma. Your Excellency, Ma. We have a small request. On behalf of the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations. You know, these children, as you can see, that they are wonderful. You alluded to that in your speech in terms of comportment, how articulate they are and everything. There is a World Model United Nations. It's an international high school model UN in New York and elsewhere. If Her Excellency, if it pleases Her Excellency, it will gladden our heart so much if we can have 2 or 3 of LASSMUN students that will be selected through a very diligent process that your office will also be involved in, to be sponsored to that International Model UN conference. Yes, there are, even if we cannot do 3 at the same time, even if it is one we start with, then that will be a great motivation. Your Excellency, we are not expecting an immediate response to this. It's just to highlight it, to keep it in view against the 5th LASSMUN General Assembly. We are profoundly grateful for your time, for your presence. It's not every time we have the honor of the presence of the First Lady of a state, the 5th largest economy in Africa. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. Please start clapping before I mention. Her Excellency is aware of that International Model UN Conference for High Schools. She's aware, and she has someone who is attending. And since we have made this request, she will do the needful. She will consider. So, thank you very much, Your Excellency. God bless you, ma.
Your Excellencies, the Assembly is hereby called to order. The next item on the agenda is delegates roll call. When the rapporteur calls your country, please raise your placards and answer present or present in voting. The rapporteur may proceed with the roll call.
Thank you, Her Excellency, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations 2023. The Secretary General of the United Nations General Assembly, distinguished members of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. The Rapporteur of the United Nations General Assembly, Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations 2023 will now take the roll call. If your country is called, kindly signify by raising your placards. Note, if you signify present and voting, you will be allowed to take part in the voting process. But if you signify present, you will not be allowed to take part in the voting process. Afghanistan. Albania. Algeria.
Present in voting.
Andorra. Angola. Antigua and Barbuda. Argentina. Armenia. Australia. Azerbaijan. Bahamas. Bahrain. Bangladesh. Barbados. Belarus. Belgium. Belize. Benin. Bhutan. Okay. Bolivia. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Botswana. Brazil. Brunei Darussalam. Bulgaria. Burkina Faso. Burundi. Cabo Verde. Cambodia. Cameroon. Canada. Central African Republic. Chad. Chao, China, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Costa Rica, Cote d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, something like that. Okay. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mexico, Mauritius, Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Mainam, Namibia, Nauru, Nepal, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Niger, Nigeria, North Macedonia, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Palau, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Samoa, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Syrian Arab Republic, Tajikistan, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United Republic of Tanzania, United States of America, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Venezuela, Vietnam, Zambia, Zimbabwe. I will hereby hand the mic over to Her Excellency the President.
Having taken the roll call, we shall proceed with the debates. But before then, a motion may now be set for the time limits, which will be given to each delegate to speak. The floor is now open. The delegates of the Central African Republic, you're recognized. You may now move your motion. Is there any other delegate to second this motion for 2 minutes? Yes, the delegates of Mali, you're recognized. Is there any motion for a different time limit for speakers? The delegates of Australia, you're recognized. Austria, you're recognized.
Rises to second motion.
Please, the delegates of Austria, the motion. Oh. Is there any other delegate to second this motion? The delegates of Estonia, you're recognized. Is 4 minutes not too long? Excellencies, there are 2 motions on the floor. The first proposes a time limit of 2 minutes for speakers, while the second proposes a time limit of 4 minutes. This will now be put to vote. Distinguished delegates, if you are in support of 2 minutes as the time limit for speakers, please raise your placards. We will start counting. If you are in support of the second motion, that the time limit be set at 4 minutes, please raise your placards.
How many countries are there? 1, 2,
14. Okay. What is this one? Okay. Excellencies, those who voted for 2 minutes were 28, while those who voted for 4 minutes were 59. Therefore, the time limit for speakers at this fourth LASSMUN General Assembly is hereby set at 4 minutes. Your Excellencies, we are going into member states' presentations now, and the theme is Education as a Human Right and Key Driver of Sustainable Development. We will follow the sequence of the speakers list. According to the speakers list, the delegates of Israel. The floor is yours. Please.
President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, distinguished delegates. The delegate of Israel rises to President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, distinguished delegates. The delegate of Israel rises to present a position paper on the given theme: Education as a Human Right and Key Driver to Sustainable Development. Israel is a complex multicultural country, and education has always been a precious legacy and continues to have a fundamental value to the government and people of Israel. The Israeli government recognizes that a strong education system broadens access to opportunities, improves the health, and bolsters the resilience of its citizens, all while fueling economic growth in a way that can reinforce and accelerate these processes. Having recognized these facts, in addition to knowing that every child has a right to education, the system of education in Israel is steered by the central government through the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, and local governments. Even with these efforts, Israel still has large gaps in educational performance among student population subgroups, with a heterogeneous system and a relatively large dispersion of socio-economic and cultural background of students between schools and within schools. To solve this problem and ensure that all children in Israel have access to quality education, the government has designed many policies over the years, some of which include the free early childhood education from age 3 to age 4, which aims to ease the cost of living for young parents and allow them to actively participate in the labor market. The Compulsory Education Act Amendment extended compulsory education from age 15 to age 18, making upper secondary education mandatory. In addition, programs known as Second Chance are being offered to students who did not graduate from upper secondary education to promote completion of the matriculation examinations and diploma. The Israeli Institute for School Leadership was also established by the Ministry of Education to improve the professionalism of school leaders. The institute identified potential candidates to become school principals, develops and runs their preliminary training, and follows up with continued development and career-long training. The New Horizon program also introduced several reforms in the primary and lower secondary education, focusing on teaching and teachers. The reform targets teachers' time, professional development, appraisal and registration. Courage to Change program, which is an incentive-based reward system for well-performing schools, and which in turn creates more autonomy for schools. All these policies, reforms, and programs have been promoted by the government of Israel through the Ministry of Education in cooperation with Teachers Union, and adequately ensures that every child is given the right to education, irrespective of their cultural background. This is most evident as recent research has shown Israel to be one of the most educated countries in the world, having the highest number of university degrees per capita on the planet. The Israeli government's education policies are surely designed to make sure that every child has a decent basic education and not impede the basic child right to education. This in turn will definitely be a key driver to the economic and sustainable development of the State of Israel and the world at large. The delegate of Israel hereby yields the floor back to the President. Thank you.
Delegates of Israel, thank you. Canada, the delegates of Canada.
Your Excellency Ma, President of the LASSMUN 2023 General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The delegates of Canada hereby rises to present his position paper on the theme Education as a Human Right and Key Driver of Sustainable Development. The delegation of Canada firmly believes that education is not only a fundamental human right, but also a key driver of sustainable development. Recognizing the intrinsic value of education in shaping the world's future, Canada has consistently prioritized the enhancement of its educational system to ensure equitable access. To ensure equitable access to quality education and the empowerment of individuals. Education as a human right. Canada upholds the principle that education is a fundamental human right, enshrined in various international agreements, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Conventions on the Rights of the Child. Canada is committed to providing inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all, irrespective of gender, socioeconomic background, or other forms of discrimination. This is unequivocal, as Canada now has 99% literacy rate. Education as a key driver of sustainable development. Education plays a pivotal role in fostering sustainable development by promoting economic growth, social cohesion, and environmental stewardship. Canada recognizes that investing in education is an investment in the future, empowering individuals with knowledge, skills, and critical thinking abilities necessary to tackle global challenges. Education acts as a catalyst for poverty reduction, gender equality, and the attainment of the sustainable development goals. Improving Canada's educational system. Canada has made significant efforts to improve its educational system, ensuring that it is progressive, inclusive, and responsive to the evolving needs of its population. Key initiatives include accessible education. Canada has implemented policies and programs to ensure equal access to education for all citizens. Efforts have been made to remove barriers to education for marginalized groups. Scholarships, grants, and financial aid programs have been established to support individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds. Quality education. The country places a strong emphasis on maintaining high standards of education. Robust circular, rigorous teacher training, and continuous professional development programs ensure that students receive a quality education. Also, inclusive education, indigenous education, and international cooperation. Canada actively engages in international cooperation to improve global educational goals. Through partnerships with international organizations, the country supports initiatives that enhances access to education in developing countries, including scholarships, capacity building programs, and educational infrastructure development projects. In conclusion, Canada firmly believes that education is a fundamental human right and a crucial driver of sustainable development. Through its commitment to accessible, quality, and inclusive education, the country strives to empower individuals, promote social cohesion, and contribute to the global efforts in achieving the SDGs. As we all know that education is that elixir of life, which is won as an ornament to preserve not just a nation but a generation, the delegate of Canada looks forward to collaborating with member states to advance education as a key priority on the global agenda. The delegate of Canada hereby yield the floor back to Mrs. President.
Distinguished delegates, please note that you are very much allowed to come up here and use the podium if you want to speak. Thank you. The delegates of Greece.
Good day, Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished rapporteur, and delegates. The delegates of Greece will be speaking on the theme given as education as a human right and a key driver for sustainable development. Greece's constitution provides every citizen free education as a human right. Education in Greece is based on the ancient Greek civilization, where education was firstly implemented. Building upon this tradition, Greece continues to provide its citizens and residents with quality education. The educational system in Greece is divided into 3 levels, namely the primary, secondary, tertiary, with an additional post-secondary education providing vocational training. In Greece, it is compulsory for children within the age of 6 to 15 to complete their education, including pre-primary, secondary, and lower education. In Greece, in the year 2020, we have been able to enroll 56% of children within the age of 5 to 6 on early childhood education programs. In Greece, education is free at all levels, both primary, secondary, and tertiary. And it is fully funded by the state budget and resources of the State Ministry of Education, as well as religion affairs. Although the religion affairs are not able to help financially. In Greece, we have been able to move forward with our educational system. And in Greece, we are facing some challenges, which are structural challenges, low implementation of policies by the government, insufficient fundings, lack of interest in education, and lack of competent teachers. And we would like to call on the help of the UN in collaborating with us to help us financially. In Greece, we welcome the inclusion of the integrating SDG goal, which states quality education, reducing social and regional inequalities, providing inclusive and equitable education, and early childhood education, which has been encouraged in Greece. Education in Greece for every individual, youth, adults, and teenagers, it is compulsory for them to acquire a basic, comprehensive, transferable technical skills. In conclusion, in Greece, every individual, our educational system is accessible, even persons with disabilities, regardless of the circumstances. The delegate of Greece yields the mic back to Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Greece. The delegates of Jordan.
Good day, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, the Rapporteur, and my fellow delegates. The delegate of Jordan rises to present his position paper on the given theme, Education as a Human Right and Key Driver to Sustainable Development. Education as a human right and key driver to sustainable development, as related to Jordan, means that all human beings are born free and equal, in dignity and right, to have freedom to education. The educational system of Jordan includes basic, secondary, and higher education, and has dramatically evolved since the establishment of the state in the early 90s. The literacy rate of Jordan is 98.42%. These challenges are faced in the educational system of Jordan: bullying, overcrowdedness in classrooms, and lack of effective teachers. In addition, the international security of Jordan has always been wedged between regional threats, domestic, socio-economic pressures, and international conflict. Jordan's stability is a priority for the United States, which has provided Jordan with assistance since the late 1960s. Furthermore, Jordan supports seeking disarmament of nuclear arms and weapons of mass destruction. This will contribute to building a stimulating dialogue and peace, establishment of security, to achieve a Middle East free of nuclear arms and weapons of mass destruction. It will also bring about regional and international peace and security. In conclusion, the government of Jordan and its citizens believe that a lasting peace leads to a long-standing security. Therefore, the government of Jordan seeks for the special assistant of the United Nations to help improve its educational sectors, national and international security. The delegate of Jordan hereby use the floor. Back to the president.
The delegates of Jordan, thank you very much. The delegates of Kiribati. Can you call the delegate of Cameroon and Nigeria? I will. I have added them. Thank you.
Good day, Her Excellency, President of the LASSMUN 2023 General Assembly, the Rapporteur, and the Secretary General, and my fellow delegates. The delegates of Kiribati rises to present a position paper on education as a human right and key driver to sustainable development. First, the government of Kiribati agrees to the fourth goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, which focuses on quality education, and is dedicated towards improving the quality of education in the nation. In fact, over 20% of Kiribati's annual budget is on improving the quality of education in the nation. Fellow delegates, you all agree with me that quality education is a great tool towards achieving disarmament and international security.
Yes.
Kiribati faces a lot of challenges, such as high rate of dropouts, early marriage, and poverty. But the major challenge is the rise in air and sea temperature, which causes disease outbreak, malnutrition, and loss of properties. Some key activities towards making education accessible in Kiribati are free and quality education from primary to secondary level, scholarship above for tertiary institution, and training of teachers to improve their teaching skills. On international security, Kiribati has no army but relies on both Australia and New Zealand for defense. Also, Kiribati has police posts on all of the highland to ensure the security of the citizens. The delegate of Kiribati resolved that quality education is a great tool towards achieving disarmament and international security. Nations of the world should promote peace and foster unity. And one of the ways of promoting peace is by improving the overall quality of education sector. The delegate of Kiribati hereby recommends that international studies should be encouraged to promote international peace and unity. Peace education should be incorporated in school curriculum. And accolade and recommendation should be given to deserving education sector of different nations. The delegate of Kiribati hereby use the floor back to the President. Thank you.
Please, distinguished delegates, note that whistling is not allowed and you can only applause after the presentation has been given. Thank you. The delegates of Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegate of Federal Republic of Nigeria rises to speak. The application of education in Nigeria has enhanced the social, economic, and political development in any economy. As we all know, education and higher education in particular have built the knowledge of individuals in the society. Nigeria is rated the third best in Africa with 61 points in the educational system and 74th in global education system. The government of Nigeria has increased funding to the education sectors and introduced the reform to improve the quality of teaching and learning. Today, Nigeria has made significant progress in the education sectors with an increase in literacy rates and establishment of several world-class universities. Nigeria has made strides in gross secondary enrollment rate over the years. The problem Nigeria is still encountering in education include lack of finance, inadequate learning facilities, and incompetent employees. Also, shortfalls of educational system, institution, school class, or the problem related to access curriculum like recruits or etc. Learning, testing, engagement, quality of education, cost and fairness, academic dishonesty, bullying and harassment, and increase in dropout rates. The steps toward the solution of educational system in Nigeria includes adequate funding with good management, funds for renovations of schools and institutions, acquiring quality training facilities, research grants, decent teachers, salaries, and welfare. Equal opportunities given to all the deserving citizens of the country, adopting new topic in the curriculum, learning, testing, and engagement in the topics. We beseech United Nations to assist Nigeria in increasing Nigeria's educational system by helping to improve skills, institutional capabilities, and building educational facilities in our country. Also, by extending the scholarship grants to excellent and deserving students, promoting economic growth in the country towards providing educational advice and technical support, improving individual capacities within the country. Thank you, Madam President. The delegates of the Federal Republic of Nigeria use the mic back to you.
Thank you, delegates from Nigeria. The delegates of Georgia. The floor is yours.
Mrs. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the delegates of Georgia hereby present a position paper on the theme, Education as a Human Right and Key Driver of Sustainable Development. In Georgia, education is free of charge and compulsory from the age of 6 until 17 to 18 years. It begins with 4 years in the elementary school. Middle education continues through grades 5 to 9 and shall be fully funded by the government in accordance with the procedures established by the law. Citizens shall have the right to state-funded vocational and higher education. The Human Rights Measurement Initiative finds that Georgia is fulfilling only 94.3% of what it should be fulfilling to the right of education based on the country level of income. The K-12 education is the state's largest expenditure, totaling $11.6 billion or 43.3% of the state general funding budget. Governor Ken's budget proposal for fiscal year 2023 provides Georgia public schools with $10.7 billion, a $493 million increase above current funding. This addition would end budget cuts to the quality basic education funding formula, the state's metric to determine necessary funding K-12 public schools. The Constitution of Georgia, which was adopted on the 24th of August, 1995, states that everyone shall have the right to receive education and the form of education to receive. Georgia is committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Goals, which education is one, and fulfilling the core pledge to leave no one behind. There is tremendous improvement in the education system in Georgia. There has been serious education reform, which aims at decentralizing school governance and introducing a competence-based circular and developing a teacher professional development scheme. It is hoped that the reform in the education sector in Georgia would help straighten policy reforms, reassure the people of better educational quality, and also help in directing the education sector toward greater excellence and equity, better human capital development, and above all, provide a sustainable development. The delegate of Georgia hereby yields the floor back to Mrs. President.
Delegates of Georgia, thank you. The delegates of Cameroon.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Delegates of Cameroon rises to present his position papers. I would like to welcome you all to this year's theme, Education as a Human Right and a Key Driver of the Sustainable Development Goals. The most pressing concern in the educational sector are safe and secure learning environments, lack of trained and skilled teachers, including lack of technologies and learning materials. According to the UDHR, Article 26, education as a human right means the following. Statement 1 of the article provides for equal right to education for all and free access to education in elementary and fundamental stages, emphasizing elementary stages as compulsory. In this respect, the current Cameroonian government administration aims at providing quality education. It is therefore set for a change, as it has placed education as the founding parent for the development of the nation. We are engaging in the GPE awareness campaign in local languages and also the distribution of school kits for girls containing textbooks and other supplies. Working in line with Goal 4, The Cameroonian Agency for Sustainable Development is on a mission to work with the policymakers to improve the socio-economic condition of vulnerable women, girls and children, and also improve and expand the nation's academic curricula to accommodate SDGs. Statement 2 of the articles provides for the direction of education to fuel human development and strengthening the respect of the other rights and freedom. Working in line with the target SDG 4, Cameroon is set on promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. This also goes in line with SDG 11, being that the focus is on development and sustainability of our nation, as suggested by that target. Cameroon is passionate about bridging the gap between theory and practice by giving the SDG the platform of life, using the implementation of the SDGs to focus on environmental and developmental challenges. This supports the target of SDG 17, in that it strengthens the means of implementation by weaving practical methodologies of theoretical facts and also revitalizing global partnership for sustainable development. This has been having satisfactory responses that proves that education is a good way to connect SDGs and people, such that it relates to them and ignites their passion. ESD provides opportunity for every human being to acquire skill, knowledge, attitude, and value necessary to shape a sustainable future. Statement 3 provides for period mission by parents to dictate the kind of education that shall be given to their children. In that respect, we are working to stimulate the interest of family in sustainable, inclusive, and quality education. We have organized combined efforts of general awareness, rising, and the transfer of ESD best practices to community and household. For a sustainable future for Cameroon, we endorse ESD and support the managing and treatment of the sustainable development into educational system to catch the young minds that is so important for idea generation and implementation, both being crucial ingredients for rising solution agents to tackle global problems. We therefore urge the world to place all hands on deck and support the stand for a call to action, partnership, and a combination of collected efforts to yield development and transformation that will alter the former retendant and close. Delegate of Cameroon. I hereby hand the floor back to Mr. President. Thank you.
The delegates of Guyana.
Good day, President, Rapporteur, and Secretary General. The delegates of Guyana rises to present the position paper on education as a human right and a key driver to sustainable development. Guyana sees education as a fundamental human right that works to raise men and women out of poverty, level up inequality, and ensures a sustainable development. That is why she spent 20% of our national budget on the educational sector, summing up to the total of 74.4 billion Guyanese dollars. Guyana tries in our best ways to help our citizens to live and meet her needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. We have been facing some major problems in the educational sector, which includes natural disasters such as fire, flood, pollution, and other human-made hazards. Now, Guyana, with the assistance of the United Nations, tried to curb these problems by the construction of well-structured buildings and also the enlightening of students on emergency measures to take in case of an emergency. Take to note that education brings about a fundamental shift in how we think, act, and discharge our responsibilities towards the people around us and the planet at large. That is why Guyana has strengthened the educational system to broaden the citizens' access to opportunities, improve the healthcare centers, and bolster the resilience of communities. My country, Guyana, has set a vision to provide quality and equitable education and lifelong learning for all. This vision was predicted after the discovery of oil and gas, as it was going to be a key driver of economic growth in the medium term.
These are to be achieved on or before the year 2030. The delegates of Guyana, they hereby yields the floor back to Madam President.
The delegates of Mali.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegate of Mali hereby rises to present his position paper on the theme, Education as a Human Right and Key Driver to Sustainable Development. Education in Mali is considered the fundamental right of the Malian citizens, and it is also free and compulsory. Education is not to be considered a privilege, but a human right which all humans should be entitled to and must be entitled to, regardless of their status. The government in Mali split the educational cycle into two, allowing for students to take examinations to gain admission to gain admission into secondary, tertiary, and higher institutions. One of the problems of Mali's educational sector arises as a result of lack of funds. This is because the Mali's national budget cannot cover the needs for education, making the educational sector one of the least funded sectors in Mali. The solution to this problem lies in the hands of donors and authorities, for without their cooperation and mobilization, the slate of 500,000 Malian children will remain blank. Another problem of Mali's education system is the problem of insecurity. The Norwegian refugee stated that attacks from armed groups remain the factor behind the closure of 1,700 schools in Mali and is keeping 519,000 children out of school across Mali. And the solution to this problem simply depends on the effective mobilization of human and financial resources for the effective funding of the Ministry of Defense. The delegate of Mali hereby yields the floor back to the Madam President.
Thank you, delegate of Mali. Your Excellencies, to save time and give more speaking opportunities to our colleagues, may I request for a motion to suspend the proceedings for 5 minutes, during which the committee sessions that have been recorded will be loaded and played, after which the chair and rapporteur of each committee will present their resolutions at the closing plenary of the General Assembly. The floor is now open. Can you see that country? That one there. That one with the hearts. Ah. Is there any other delegate to second this motion for the suspension of the proceedings for 5 minutes? The delegates of China, you're recognized. Okay. Very soon the videos will be ready to play. Thank you.
Good day, Your Excellency, distinguished delegates. You're welcome to the first committee, the Disarmament and International Security. Disarmament is a term used to denote the elimination as well as the limitation or reduction through negotiation and subsequent international agreements of nations by which nations wage war. On the other hand, international security is a term which refers to the measures taken by states and international organizations, such as the United Nations, in order to ensure mutual survival and safety. The rapporteur will now do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair of the First Committee, distinguished delegates. It is time to take the roll call for the First Committee on Disarmament and International Security. If your country is called, kindly signify by present or present and voting. Note, if you do signify by present, you will not be allowed into the voting process. And if you signify by present and voting, you are eligible to participate in the voting process.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, the floor is now open for a delegate to move the motion for the time limits of each speaker. If you would like to move the motion for the time limits of each speaker, please raise your placard.
Estonia hereby rises to move the motion for the time of each speaker to be 2 minutes.
The delegate of Tunisia.
The delegate of Tunisia hereby rises to second the motion for the time limit for each speaker to be 2 minutes.
Of Kazakhstan move the motion to increase the time limit of the speakers to 3 minutes.
The delegate of Kiribati rises to second the motion that the time should be moved to 3 minutes.
So please raise your placard if you support the motion of the time limits to be 2 minutes. If you support the motion of the time limits. delegates voted for 3 minutes. Therefore, the time limit for each speaker is 3 minutes.
The government of Estonia has hereby taken several steps in enhancing education as a human right and as a key driver to sustainable development. 1. Access to education. 2. Inclusion of marginalized groups. 3. Emphasis on quality education. 4. The Teachers Development Program. 5. The lifelong strategy. And 6. Innovation and research.
Education is a fundamental human right that enables individuals to develop their full potential, contribute to society, and participate in democratic processes. SDG 4 emphasizes the importance of providing equitable and quality education for all. Ethiopia has made significant progress in increasing access to education, as Ethiopia has a literacy rate of 49%, with half of its males literate and 2/3 to 2/5 of its females literate. Despite this progress, challenges occur in achieving quality education in my country, such as insufficient funding for education, inadequate infrastructure and reform, limited capacity for teacher training and support, inequalities for marginalized groups such as girls, children with disabilities, and those in conflict-affected areas, quality education with outdated curricula and teaching methods, inadequate attention to non-formal and lifelong learning opportunities. On that note, I plead with the United Nations and other delegates, as good and quality education in my country cannot be achieved without help from various stakeholders.
Education being the sensitization of children in the society with the teachings of cultural values and norms which enable them with the skills needed to become a productive member of the society is as old as civilization, which was globally agreed and adopted as a human right by the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, having been included as the 38 articles that embody the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Office of the United Nations High Commissioner of Human Rights, OHCHR, explains that Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights makes a universal free primary education compulsory, and it is usually thought of as a right about children. Tuvalu gained their independence from Great Britain in 1978, the same year the Education Act was passed. The education structures established therein are therefore the representative of the education system at the time that legislation was passed. Prior to the restructuring of the education system in 1998, communities operated under early childhood education and had no support from the government. Preschools were operated under voluntary basis, and teachers were poorly appointed and often untrained.
Education is a big force, a force that promotes knowledge and skills required to achieve sustainable development. That is why Burundi strongly upholds to the fact that education is a basic human right and key driver of sustainable development. Burundi has an educational structure of 6 years of primary education, 7 years of secondary education, which is divided into 4 years of lower secondary education and 3 years of upper secondary education, with 3 to 5 years of post-secondary education. Burundi believes that sustainable development begins with quality education for all. For this reason, our government has adopted some major objectives to make sure free, equitable and quality education is promoted throughout Burundi. Although the Global Partnership for Education granted Burundi $59.2 million for a period of 3 years to support its educational objectives, Burundi is using this medium to implore members of the United Nations to grant assistance of any measure so that Burundi would be able to achieve all its educational objectives and improve the system of learning.
Education as a human right means that the right of education is legally guaranteed for all without any discrimination. Education is a basic human right that works to raise men out of poverty. It levels inequality and ensures sustainable development. According to the UNESCO record, about 244 million of children and youth are out of school for social, economic, and cultural reasons. The government of Tunisia has reached out to various mass media and collectively tried to set up awareness campaigns and committees to educate and sensitize Tunisians on the dangers of vandalism and the importance of disarmament, as well as international security.
We rest assured that your suggestion would be added to our resolution. It is time for a motion to adjourn the section of the plenary. So if you would like to move for the motion to adjourn this session of the plenary, please raise your black card.
The delegate of Jordan hereby moves the motion that this committee section should be adjourned.
Disarmament and international security is therefore adjourned.
Welcome to this session of the Economic and Financial Committee, which is the second committee of the United Nations General Assembly. I hereby call the House to order. In a world that stands on the ground of economic turmoil, with the world's economy left crippled by the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, skyrocketing inflation rates, devaluation of currencies, countries going into debt, and global financial institutions filing for bankruptcy, regional wars and disputes that pile on top that to put the world's economy in shambles, which is playing an important effect on education. Therefore, the result of this committee session is to collect and review for adoption the resolutions of each member so as to implement it and show our support to the United Nations General Assembly. The rapporteur would now do the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair of the second committee, His Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The committee will proceed with the roll call. If you hear the name of your country, you either say present or present and voting. Saudi Arabia. Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Canada.
Present and voting.
Kyrgyzstan.
Present and voting.
I hereby yield the floor back to Mr. Chairman.
The floor is now open for a delegate to move the motion for the time limit given to each speaker.
And hereby rises to move the motion for time limit to each speaker to 3 minutes.
The delegate of Kyrgyzstan seconds the motion for time limit to be 3 minutes.
The delegate of Canada hereby moves the counter motion that the time limit should be increased to 5 minutes.
The delegate of Saudi Arabia hereby rises to support the counter motion for the increasing of the time should be 5 minutes.
Two motions are now on the floor. I would like to move into voting to determine the time limit. If you are in support of the motion raised by the delegate of Finland, please raise your placard. And if you are in support of the motion raised by the delegate of Canada, votes counted. 2 were in support of the motion raised by the delegate of Finland, and 5 were in support of the motion raised by the delegate of Canada. Hereby, the time limit given for each speaker will now be 5 minutes. According to the speakers list, the delegate of Canada, you now have the floor to present your position paper.
The delegation of Canada firmly believes that education is not only a fundamental human right, but also a key driver of sustainable development. Canada has consistently prioritized the enhancement of its educational system to ensure equitable access, quality education, and the empowerment of individuals. In 2018 to 2019, public and private expenditure on education amounted to $112.8 billion spent on all levels of education. As we all know that education is that elixir of life, which is one as an ornament to preserve not just a nation but a generation, the delegation of Canada looks forward to collaborating with member states to advance education as a key priority on the global agenda. The delegate of Canada hereby yields the floor to the chairman.
The delegate of Georgia, you now have the floor.
In Georgia, education is free of charge and compulsory from the age of 6 until 17 to 18 years. It begins with 4 years in elementary school. Middle education continues through grade 5 to 9 and shall be fully funded by the government in accordance to the procedures established by law. Georgia implemented the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, which education is one, and fulfilling the couplet to leave no one behind. It is hoped that the reform in the education sector in Georgia would help straighten policy reforms, reassure the people of better educational quality, and also help in redirecting the education sector towards greater excellence and equity, better human capital development, and above all, provide sustainable development.
Finland has made it a priority to ensure that education is taken seriously. Education can be taken seriously but may not be affordable for all, which is why Finland's national budget on education is €13 billion and the literacy rate is now 99%. Finland itself is human rights. Finland is education. The delegate of Finland hereby yield the floor.
Education in Kuwait is not only a fundamental right, it is an enabling right with direct impact on the realization of all other human rights. It is a global common goal and a prime driver of progress across all 70 sustainable development goals as a bedrock of just, equal, and inclusive peaceful societies. When education system collapse, peace, prosperous, and productive societies cannot be sustained. According to Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 40 in Kuwait states that education is the right for Kuwaitis guaranteed by the state in accordance with the law and within the limits of public policies and morals. The country long-term development plan laid out in Kuwait's Vision 2035 places a strong emphasis on Kuwait as a catalyst to a real national protector of our civilization. One of the challenges we are facing in China is high dropout rate in school. According to Cambridge University Press research, we have discovered that between 4.2% and 7.4% of students who enrolled in academic high schools drop out before graduating, while between 29%,
which increased the rate of enrollment in public education by 75% and made education to be free. Education is not only free in Paraguay, but also mandatory for children of primary and secondary school at large. This has made the illiteracy rate to fall tremendously and the literacy rate to increase drastically to 94%.
Irish Constitution of 1937. According to the 2022 new US ranking, Ireland is among the top 20 best countries for education.
Education in Trinidad and Tobago is not only free, but largely based on the British education system. The country, Trinidad and Tobago, is a dual island in the Caribbean near Venezuela and has been a victim of population and gender disparity in time past. However, in contemporary time, the system of education in Trinidad and Tobago has transformed to one of the best in the world because of its legal background as regards education. The legal policies instituted in Trinidad and Tobago are the Educational Act 39, Section 77 and 78, and the Council of Legal Education. While the former tends to make better provision for promotion of education by stating that it shall be the duty of the parents of every child of compulsory school age to cause him to receive efficient full-time education sustainable to his age, ability and aptitude by regular attendance at a school.
Israel is a complex multicultural country, and education has always been a precious legacy and continues to have a fundamental value to the government and people of Israel. The Israeli government recognizes that a strong education system broadens access to opportunities, improves health and boosts the resilience of its citizens, all while fueling economic growth in a way that can reinforce and accelerate these processes. Having recognized this fact, in addition to know that every child has a right to education, the system of education in Israel is steered by the central government through the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance and local government. The Israeli government education policies are surely designed to make sure that every child has a decent basic education and not impede the basic child right to education. This in turn will definitely be a key driver to the economic and sustainable development of the state of Israel and the world at large.
Education in Thailand has enabled the high rate of literacy, an increased number of top-rated universities, long school life expectancy, a strong history of education, and a large educational budget. Education is therefore the heart of 2030 agenda for the SDG.
Brunei is one of 25 countries that denies women right to confirm nationality on both them and their children on an equal basis with men. The education levels in Brunei Darussalam goes by a pattern of 7-3-2-2. Education in the Southeast Asian land of Brunei is free throughout, including university abroad. The compulsory education order 200732 under the Constitution of Brunei Darussalam was passed in November 2007. This order serves as a warrant that all children receive at least 9 years of formal education, 6 years of primary education, and 3 years of lower secondary education.
The United States education system has been facing some issues due to some limitations. Here are some highlighted reasons, which includes parents not being involved enough, bullying in some schools, schools are overcrowded, technology comes with its downsides. We still do not know how to handle high school dropouts. Technology brings a whole new dimension to cheating, and education equity is not being achieved. Notably, the pros and cons of the United States education system is to promote scholarship, which brought about solutions and ways to improve the quality of education. With all this, education equity can be achieved. The delegates of the United States hereby yield the floor back to the chair.
Time for a motion to adjourn this section of the plenary.
The delegate of Brunei Darussalam hereby move the motion that this committee session should be adjourned.
Thank you. Delegates of Bolivia rises to second the motion that this committee section should be adjourned. The sixth committee session is hereby adjourned.
The General Assembly is hereby called to order for the commencement of the closing plenary. There are 6 committee reports and resolutions available for consideration and debates. They are that of the first committee, the Disarmament and International Committee, the second committee of the General Assembly, the Economic and Financial Committee, the third committee of the General Assembly, the Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Committee, the fourth committee of the General Assembly, Special Political and Decolonization Committee, the fifth committee of the General Assembly, the Administrative and Budgetary Committee, and the sixth committee of the General Assembly, the Legal Committee. Now, the committee chair and or the rapporteur of the first committee may proceed with their presentation. Your Excellencies, you may... Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Last month, 2023, Lagos General Assembly, 4th section. Draft resolution of the first committee, Disarmament and International Security, DISEC, of the last month General Assembly at its 4th section. The Disarmament and International Security, DISEC, first committee. Taking note that for the last 75 years, disarmament has been central to the United Nations' efforts to maintain international peace and security. Acknowledging the Conference on Disarmament as the single multilateral disarmament negotiation forum of the international community. Acknowledging that the United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs, ODA, supports multilateral efforts aimed at achieving the ultimate goal of general and complete disarmament, and addresses the humanitarian impact of major conventional weapons and emerging weapon technologies. Recognizing that the world today is home to 1.8 billion young people, the largest generation of youth in history, and that there has never been a greater demand for education in the areas of disarmament and non-proliferation. Emphasizing education as a lifelong and multifaceted process empowers individuals to choose for themselves values that reject violence, resolve conflicts peacefully, and promote a culture of peace. Recalling the various United Nations instruments and documents on human rights education, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR. Acknowledging the positive contributions disarmament can make to climate protection and sustainable development. The first committee of the 4th LASSMUN General Assembly calls on member states to 1. Prioritize education as a crucial element in the disarmament and international security agenda. 2. To invest in disarmament and non-proliferation education to transform youth into agents of positive change and open the door to an unparalleled multiplier effect that can offer long-term solutions to the peace and security challenges the world is currently facing. 3. To support initiatives that provide scholarships, grants, and exchange programs to enable students from conflict-affected regions to access quality education. 4. To intensify multilateral efforts to promote disarmament treaties, arms control measures, and non-proliferation agreements among nations. And 5. To enhance security measures within schools to prevent and respond to the potential threats, including the installation of surveillance systems, improved access control, and presence of trained security personnel. Thank you all.
The chair and or the rapporteur of the first committee, thank you. Distinguished delegates, if you are in support of the movement of the adoption of the first committee resolution, you may signify by raising your placards. Yes, the delegates of Solomon Islands. If you are in support of this first committee resolution, you may now second the motion. Yes, the delegates of Venezuela, you're recognized. Okay. Are there any objections? The resolution of the first committee is hereby adopted by consensus. The chair and/or the rapporteur of the second committee may proceed with their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. The General Assembly Second Committee, the Economic and Financial Committee, expressing its satisfaction towards the United Nations in addressing economic and financial issues that affect the right to education, the Second Committee of the Fourth General Assembly of LASSMUN will now resolve to do the following. 1. Calls upon member states to revitalize education finance, which addresses questions about how resources are allocated, used, and accounted for to achieve sustainable quality education for all children and youth. 2. Draws attention to financing teachers and educators, as their salaries are important determinants of the attractiveness of the teaching profession. Therefore, this committee calls on member states to inject funds into the education sector, addressing capacity building needs of teachers and administrators, as well as development of school infrastructures. 3. Calls for a special intervention directorate to provide basic necessities to support education in countries that are still recovering from pandemic. And 4, calls on member states to focus on the deployment of technology across the school curriculum and develop an action plan to integrate new technologies into education, business systems to help developing nations, private sectors, and corporate entities recover fully from the impact of COVID-19 on education. The committee believes that these are the pivotal keys to achieving the sustainable development goals, and they are a discourse of contemporary concerns and enjoying significance. Hence, the resolve of this committee is to leave no stone unturned in achieving its set goals and mandates. The floor is now yielded back to the President. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, you may move a motion for the adoption of the second committee resolution. The delegates of Comoros, you're recognized.
The delegate of Comoros Island rises to move the motion for the adoption of the resolution of the second committee.
Is there any other delegate to second this motion? The delegates of Kazakhstan, you're recognized. The delegates of Kazakhstan, you are to second the motion. If you are in support of the adoption of the resolution of the second committee, please raise your placards. Are there any objections? The resolution of the second committee is hereby adopted by consensus. The chair and/or the rapporteur of the third committee may proceed for their presentations.
Thank you, Madam President. Draft resolution of the third committee, Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Issues of the LASSMUN General Assembly as its fourth session. 1. Develop a constructive dialogue with state parties. Determine whether the covenant norms are being applied and assess how the implementation and enforcement of the covenants could be improved so all people can enjoy these rights in full. 2. Uphold at all times their obligation to find and provide public education and provide some concrete suggestions and solutions, especially the obligations to regulate private actors involved in education, public-private partnerships, and the role of donors and civil society. 3. Provide free public education of the highest attainable quality to everyone within their jurisdiction as effectively and expeditiously as possible to the maximum of their available resources. And lastly, ensure access to an effective remedy for violations of the rights to education and for any human rights abuses by a private actor involved in education. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, you may now move a motion for the adoption of the third committee resolution. Yes, the delegates of the Central African Republic, you're recognized. The delegates of the Central, calm down.
The delegate of the Central African Republic rises to move the adoption of the resolution of the third committee. Thank you.
It rises to move a motion for the adoption. You missed that part. Is there any other delegate to second this motion? Yes, the delegates of Congo, you're recognized.
Adoption of the resolution of the third committee. Thank you.
If you are in support of the adoption of the third committee resolution, please raise your placards. Are there any objections? The resolution of the third committee is hereby adopted by consensus. The chair and/or the rapporteur of the fourth committee may proceed for their presentations.
Thank you, Madam President, Your Excellencies. The fourth committee, Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Issues of the LASSMUN General Assembly calls on member states of the United Nations and subnational governments, such as Lagos State government, to 1. Develop a constructive dialogue with state parties, determine whether the covenant norms are being applied, and assess how the implementation and enforcement of the covenant could be improved so all people can enjoy these rights in full. 2. Uphold at all times their obligation to fund and provide public education and provide some concrete suggestions and solutions, especially the obligation to regulate private actors involved in education, public-private partnerships, and the role of donors and civil society. 3. Provide free public education of the highest attainable quality to everyone within their jurisdiction as effectively and expeditiously as possible to the maximum of their available resources. And 4. Ensure access to an effective remedy for violations of the rights to education and for any human rights abuses by a private actor involved in education. The chairman of the fourth committee hereby yields the floor back to Madam President.
Please, distinguished delegates, note that it isn't very polite to go on with side talks as they are presenting their resolutions. I will not condone that type of behavior. Now, the fifth committee, the chair or the rapporteur of the fifth committee may proceed with their presentations.
Thank you, Madam President. Draft resolution of the Fifth Committee, Administrative and Budgetary Committee of the LASSMUN General Assembly at its first session. The Administrative and Budgetary Committee calls on members of the state and subnational governments such as Lagos State Government to 1. Ensure the Ministry of Education and Tutor General Permanent Secretaries of Education District, for example, in the case of Lagos, Nigeria must ensure a calendar is developed that scheduled input from all relevant departments and allow the developed budget to meet every required statutory deadline. Secondly, ensure all-inclusive budgeting and financing for education to achieve SDG 4, quality education, through instituting pre-gender responsive education finance system. Thirdly, invest in monitoring and management of educational institutions to ensure they are inclusive, responsive, and of quality. Ensure at least 20% of the national budget is allocated to education to encourage greater progress and sustainability. In conclusion, create a pathway for reform and increase investment in education by mobilizing strong evidence and analysis while engaging with world leaders, policymakers, and researchers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Excellencies, you may move a motion for the adoption of the fourth and fifth committee resolutions. Yes, the delegates of Canada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegate of Canada hereby rises to move the motion for the adoption of the resolution of the fourth committee. Of the fifth committee, sorry.
Fourth and fifth.
Fourth and fifth committee. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any other delegate to second this motion? Yes, the delegate of Kiribati, you're recognized.
The delegate of Kiribati rises to second the moved motion for the adoption of the fourth and fifth resolution.
Committee resolutions. Thank you. If you're in support of the resolutions of the fourth and fifth committees, please raise your placards. Are there any objections? The resolutions of the fourth and fifth committees are hereby adopted by consensus. The chair and/or the rapporteur of the sixth committee may now proceed for their presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sixth committee, the legal committee of the LASSMUN General Assembly, authorized the Secretary General through Tutors General, Permanent Secretary, to engage the Anatomy General and Commissioner for Justice Lagos State, the Commissioner for Education, and the Commissioner for the Environment to draft a legal framework on the diversity in the selection of teachers and lecturers, including in the terms of gender balance and academic and also professional experts, for the approval of Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Request the Secretary General to submit in a timely manner his next annual report on United Nations Rule of Law activities in accordance with paragraph 5 of its resolution 63 and 128, addressing in a balanced manner the national and international dimension of the rule of law and education as a human right and its centrality to sustainable development. Call member states to enact laws that are clear and effective, inclusive, participatory, rights-based, and capable for facilitating achievement of SDG Goal 4 and upholding Article 64 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth session of Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations 2023 is about to be concluded. On this note, I would like to invite the Rapporteur, Her Excellency Ambassador Iram Victory Chinazam Ekpere, to represent the resolution of the 2023 LASSMUN General Assembly. I think you stand up. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Her Excellency, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations 2023, the Secretary General of the United Nations General Assembly, distinguished members of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. The Rapporteur of the United Nations General Assembly will now present the resolution of the 2023 Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations General Assembly. LASSMUN 2023 Lagos General Assembly, fourth session. Resolution adopted by the fourth session of the Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations LASSMUN General Assembly, convened at the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs on Thursday, 22nd June 2023. Education as a human right and key driver of sustainable development. The LASSMUN General Assembly, reaffirming its resolution of 25th September 2015, entitled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in which it adopted a comprehensive, far-reaching, and people-centered set of universal and transformative sustainable development goals and targets. Its commitment to working tirelessly for the full implementation of the agenda by 2030. Recalling the framework of Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 16 and their targets. Reaffirming its resolution of 2nd July 2015 on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda of the 3rd International Conference on Financing for Development, which is an integral part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Recognizing financial sustainability and proper budgeting as a key to strengthening education systems and creating sustainable, suitable programs. Stressing, reaffirming the Abidjan principles on the human rights obligation of states to provide public education and to re-regulate private involvement in education. Acknowledging the existing human rights mechanisms for the right to education and cultural rights, including treaty body mechanisms, the UN Special Rapporteurs in the field of culture and the right to education, and the Universal Periodic Review. Acknowledging and emphasizing the need to decolonize education policy and action at all levels to promote anti-colonization and inclusive education. noting that decolonization is about cultural, psychological, and economic freedom for indigenous people with the goal of achieving indigenous sovereignty and with education and human rights at the center. Reaffirming, recognizing that budget provides a vehicle for transporting educational policies, goals, and programs into financial resources plans. Recalling the General Assembly resolution on the rule of law underlines the importance of fair, stable, and predictable legal frameworks for generating inclusive, sustainable, and equitable development and maintaining peace and security. The fourth session of the LASSMUN General Assembly, therefore, authorizes the Secretary General through her Tutor General and Permanent Secretary to meet the Commissioner of Education, Lagos State, for the purpose of engaging the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to award 2 travel scholarships annually for delegates with the best position papers and the overall best delegates for them to participate in global model UN conferences. Calls on member states to invest in disarmament and non-proliferation education to transform youth into agents of positive change and open the door to an unparalleled multiplier effect that offers long-term solutions to the peace and security challenges that the world is facing. Draws attention to financing teachers and educators as their salaries are important determinants of the attractiveness of the teaching profession. Therefore, this committee calls on member states to inject funds into the education sector, addressing capacity building needs of teachers and administrators, as well as development of school infrastructures. Urges member states to uphold at all times the obligation to fund and provide public education and provide some concrete suggestions and solutions, especially the obligation to regulate private actors involved in education, public-private partnerships, and the roles of donor and civil society. Calls on member states to assure access to an effective remedy for violations of the right to education and for any human rights abuses by a private actor involved in education. Calls on member states to scale up the use of satellite technology to advance educational development, irrespective of status or geographical location. Calls on member states to embark on decolonization advocacy and approaches to education, including investing in heritage research and practice to address systems inequities in access to education, recognize the depth of intangible heritage, and strengthen adaptation action goals. Calls on member states to invest in monitoring and management of educational institutions to ensure they are inclusive, responsive, and quality. Calls member states to enact laws that are clear and effective, inclusive, participatory, rights-based, and capable of facilitating achievement of SDG 4 and Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In light of the above resolutions on education as a human right and key driver of sustainable development, we request the Secretary General to submit to the LASSMUN General Assembly during its 4th session in 2024 an evidence-based and independent assessment of how Lagos State is ensuring rights-based and inclusive implementation of Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4 quality education. Thank you for listening. I hereby yield the floor back to Her Excellency President of the United Nations.
Your Excellencies, you may now proceed to move a motion for the adoption of the 2023 resolutions as presented. As the delegates of Angola, you're recognized.
The delegate of Angola moves a motion for the adoption of the 2023 LASSMUN resolution.
Is there any other delegate to second this motion? The delegates of Greece, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegate of Greece rises to second the motion on the adoption of LASSMUN 2023. Thank you.
All in favor of the adoption of the LASSMUN 2023 resolution, please raise your placards. Are there any oppositions? The LASSMUN 2023 resolution is hereby adopted by consensus. May I call for a motion to adjourn the General Assembly till LASSMUN 2024. The delegates of Barbados, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The delegate of Barbados rises to move the motion for the adjournment of this LASSMUN Secondary School Model United Nations for 2024. Thank you.
Is there any other delegate to second this motion? The delegates of Portugal, you're recognized.
The delegate of Portugal hereby rises to second the motion for the adjournment of the LASSMUN 2023 session. 24, sorry.
Okay, it's correct. It's correct. It's 2023 session. Are there any oppositions? This General Assembly is hereby adjourned till LASSMUN 2024.
Thank you very much, Madam President and the LASSMUN officials, Your Excellencies. Thank you for your patience. We have come to the end of the program, but we have just a little token which we want to give, including to all the officials, but to humbly release Her Excellency, we will do hers first. So I want to call on the TGPS of Lagos Education District 2, Mrs. Anike Adekonye, to present to Her Excellency.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu. On behalf of the Tutor Generals from District 1 to 6, teaching and non-teaching, our amiable, wonderful students, we hereby say thank you to you. This will be the first time that our guests will come physically. And it shows that my governor, your governor, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, has special love for all of you. And you are lucky in Lagos State to have the wife, to be the mother for the motherless, the voice of the voiceless, to always have special interest in you. You have nothing to offer today, but I know the future is bright. You will give her something good. You will give her love. You will give her peace, and you will give her stability. And as a result, for her to have been with you for more than 3 hours, what will you say to the Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, and for the Mr. Governor, for paying my salary, the salary of non and non-teaching staff, for giving us an enabling environment, recruiting teachers periodically, giving you conducive environment, whereby we have provided 1,500 classrooms between the year 2019 to this moment. Not only that, your mommy, your daddy can move across Lagos State with closing eyes, without having fear of being kidnapped. What will you say to Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu? And you are sitting to greet my governor. You are sitting to say thank you to my governor, the only governor in Nigeria that is performing, that all others are just, following the suit. Say God bless Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. This second, thank you. I don't come. Ma? Sorry, ma. Sorry, ma. We want to say thank you to Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu for approving this program for all the students in secondary school in Lagos State. He has approved this, and he has given us everything that you can think of to make it a successful one. We thank our mommy, the First Lady of Lagos State, for coming physically, not sending somebody to represent her, not going for her own award, leaving her own for yours. And it shows that she loves you so much. Mommy will love you. We cherish you. We adore you. You are the best. We will continue to pray for you. Second tenor will be peaceful by the special grace of God. Lagos State will continue to excel. Hereby I present this little from the students to you, ma, just to show the love they have for you. Ma, you will continue to work stronger. You will continue to be in the house of the Lord. Your children, biological, will be the best. They will be governor like their father. They will be president of a nation. They will be senator. They will be great. So shall it be in the mighty name of God. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I invite Her Excellency, the Consul General of the Republic of Cameroon in Lagos, Nigeria, to please step forward so we can also express our appreciation of our consistency and support all these years. I may not have the eloquence of the TGPS Education District 2, but I want to say in my own humble words, a very big thank you, ma. We are not taking you for granted. I know what your schedule for today. You've got someone who came from outside Lagos to do some work. In fact, your earlier message was, please, I may not be able to make it, but you are here. Thank you so much, ma. And the kind of support and motivation you have given by your presence, given to these students, we can only pray that the Almighty God shall also look after your own. Thank you very much, ma. So on behalf of the United Nations, we want to hand over this token to you just for honoring us with your presence. God bless. Please, students, be seated. Don't leave. We no, the TGPS, their own. Thank you so much, ma. Please be seated. The TGPS, when they come, yes. And then, no, I'm coming. Maybe some of you don't know the role she's playing and her title. Okay, maybe let me allow the TGPSs to come before I introduce you properly. So thank you very much. We are rounding up.
Madam President, Secretary General, and the Rapporteur, we thank you for a good job delivered. We enjoyed the 4th Lagos Secondary Schools Model United Nations last month, 2023, so much. And we are going to improve on it. And I want to assure you that whatever you know how to do, just do it well. They are lucky. Something good, something nice for life is coming for them. And you will see that you can make it. We can make it. We can make it. I'm expecting 100% in our WAEC. I'm expecting 100% in our BECE. I want to specifically appreciate the tutor generals, permanent secretaries here present for, wanting the best for you always. But let me appreciate the DG of NIIA, and we still go around all these offices. We are here to learn, not to learn in the classroom, but outside the classroom. And I think you are able to be proud of public senior secondary schools in Lagos State. On that note, the UNIC has demanded that the tutor generals should be celebrated here before you students, because they've spent their energy, their resources to make today a wonderful day, not for me alone, for all of us. And those people watching us on Zooming, I'm saying I. God bless you. Mr. Bashir Adebawale, the TGPS Education District 1. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. The Tutor General, Permanent Secretary, Education District 4, our own, your own coach, Mr. Oluwasegun Oshinaike. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My district, your district. Victory District. Education District 5 Tutor General Stroke Permanent Secretary, Mr. Amuni. Thank you, sir. And Victory Plus One. Victory Plus One District. Our mommy, Dr. Alhaja Sharifat Yusufu. Thank you so much. As the chairman of the Dr. Okay, Dr. Obi. Dr. Obi. Okay. You know, this place, this venue, I specifically picked it up because, one, it's a way of learning outside the school. After this assembly, they've given us the power, the authority to move around to learn and see the environment. A lot of my students are from Badagry, some are from Ojo, some are from Ikorodu. Even the president, she's from Ikorodu. That's to tell you how far they are coming to VI. And it may be the first time some students will visit VI. Am I right? Oh, clap for yourself. The DG of NIIA did not collect any dime from us. We are using this venue free of charge. I'll now call on the representative to please come and get this little from these children as a way of saying thank you for allowing these children to use this hall, asking them to come together to learn from one another and to prepare them for the future. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, as our TGPS has said, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIA, is a strategic partner, and they have opened their doors for us. You know, even those rehearsals, we did them here. They blocked all the meeting rooms just for us to be able to have access to the meeting facilities, to do rehearsal, and to also have this. We want to send our warm greetings to the DG, Professor Emmanuel Osagai, and we are glad that he sent you to represent him. So on behalf of the UN and the Lagos Education Districts, this is our token to the DG. Thanks so much, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, LASSMUN 2023. I give God the glory. It has ended. Another person will share by his grace next year. So you will not be able to see me up, down, one, or I will not be able to sit comfortably to listen to you if God tarries. I enjoy every beat from day one, almost 3 months preparation. I say thank you to all of you. I cannot do it alone, and God will continue to be with you. Special greetings to the principals, the vice principals, the teachers, teaching and non-teaching staff. Your parents, they've been wonderful. We cannot take them for granted. Clap for your parents, please. Clap, 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 clap. They are watching you at home. Yes, your parents are wonderful parents, and they will reap good fruits of their labor. The district directors are from district 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with the only man among the, okay, 2 men. We say thank you to you. God bless you. I celebrate myself and I say, it is well. It is well. It is well with me. It is well with his Lagos State. It is well with Unique. We will not forget Dr. Seyi Soremilekun. The man has been wonderful. And all former TGPSs who has retired, especially Dr. Ayandele Oluyimika. We say God bless all of them, and God bless you too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still come back to our dear directors. We have tokens for them. But meanwhile, we have this for the President of the General Assembly. This is for you. The Secretary General. The Secretary General, sorry. Then the Rapporteur. Now, the committee chairmen and rapporteurs can also come. But before they come, we have some extras for these three. The Deputy Secretary General, where are you? The DSG, please come. Under Secretary General for Communication, you can see she was so active. Very, very active. That's our Under Secretary General for Communication, and she played that role very well. Thank you very much. Then Under Secretary General for Assembly Matters. Okay. DSG. Then USG. Then you are Assembly Matters. You didn't. So we have this. This is UN cap, branded cap, just to show our appreciation. So yeah. The chair of the committees, where are you? Chair and rapporteurs. I think you can go up. Go up. Let's see. I think I still. Sorry, my directors. I will be with you shortly. The chair and rapporteur. Okay, you can go back when you have received. You can go back. Okay. I will give you a shout. Yes, sir. Our very, very committed directors, please step out, because this is your day. You've really worked so hard. I know some of you will say this Dr. Soremilekun self, his own is too much, but we can all see the result of our efforts, of your efforts. Thank you, madam. Like Betty. Okay. The focal person on the side of the director is Legbeti. You know, he really supported some of the leg work beyond the technical aspects of the program. He really took the lead. Thank you very much, sir. So, thank you so much. You can, if you want to put on the cap, if we put it on, we have your photograph.
District by district, type 3, no one. Arrange the one with their TGP word. From district 1, 2, 3. Okay, how will it go?
Okay. So, on my time. Okay.
So, all other command GPS, when you have photo, come and rush you.
Okay. So, it should be in my control. So, photographer, I'm so I think more.
Oh yeah, District 1 delegate.
District 1 delegate. District 1 delegate, please come.
Don't rush, oh. Bring your card,
So, the 6 of you later.
Please don't rush, and immediately after you finish.
So, others can go to the back if we. Please, where is your placard? Show your placard, ma. Okay.
District 1.
Please go to the back and stand, so that everybody will show.
Arrange your students. Teacher from District 1. And stay with your students. Anybody, please. Orderliness. Don't push. I want you to walk majestically and smile. Smile. The last person. Education District 2. Education District 2. Put this one on the chair, please. Education District 2. we are. Carry your, you raise your. Mr. Lawal. What Mr. Wesley? Okay, the president is from your school. You come. You come. Why the bag? China. You slot yourself in here.
Majestically to your seat. Quickly, quickly. The last person, I want to know the last person. I want to see the last person. I will take you to Ikorodu. You go and eat fish. Education District 3. The TG PS is not here. She's at LASSMUN. Her daughter or her son is graduating. So the director of Curriculum Science and Tech, please come and represent her. All delegates from Education District 3, please come. Thank you so much, Education District 3. Majestically to your seat. Majestically to your seat. The last person, I will take him or her to Ikorodu to go and eat fish. You like to eat fish? Education District 4, my own constituency. Great. Teachers, Education District 4, Apapa, Mainland, Surulere. Education District 4, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Education District 5. Education District 5. Badagry, Ojo, Amuwo, Ajiv. Thank you. And the teachers, please come along with the students. Thank you, Education District 5. Thank you majestically to your seat. The last person, you will follow me to Ikorodu. To take pounded yam. Pounded yam. Education District 6. Victory plus 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yes, a photo of thanks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we cannot but to once again express our deep appreciation to the Lagos State government through the Lagos Education Districts, and these structures are manned by very effective, committed, dedicated professionals, the astute administrators, the Tutor General and Permanent Secretary of these districts. We cannot have a day like this without them. Without the leadership of the districts, this LASSMUN cannot survive. The UN is just providing the support, but the leadership lies with the government as represented by our permanent secretaries. So the UN system deeply expresses its profound appreciation to the Tutor General and Permanent Secretaries for their support, for their commitment, for their dedication, and for the energy and resources they have expended to ensure that a day like this will come and then it will go. As they say in the humanitarian sector, they have invested the 3 T's. They've invested their time, they have invested their treasure, which is the resources, and then they have also invested their talent. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So the treasure, the talent, and the time is very key. You know, especially the time and talent, you cannot monetize it. The treasure aspect of it, the money aspect of it, yes, they spent a lot of money to make this day what it turned out to be today. But you cannot, if you want to monetize the energy, the time, the talent they have expended directly or remotely through their directors, and remotely even through the staff advisors at the school level, it runs into hundreds of millions of naira if you want to monetize it. In fact, you cannot. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, sir. To the directors, I know they are the people that are receiving pressures from 2 fronts. The TGs were on their necks. The UN was also on their necks. We'll be saying this, as maybe after dropping the call with us, the TG is already on the call. So they have been able to absorb all these pressures from all fronts, and they were still able to deliver optimally today. Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir. Yes, I will also want to especially thank Mr. Legbeti, because he more or less secretary, exactly, and more like at the director level, he was, and I want to believe he still is, the focal person, you know, linking up with others, ensuring that all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, and all that. So thank you very much. Of course, we had reasons to even speak and discuss even at ungodly hours, because every time he remembered something, he would call. Every time I remembered something, I would also call him, irrespective of the time of the day. So thank you very much for seeing this through. So the delegates, I want to say congratulations to all of you, especially those of you who were able to make it to the leadership position. You have moved to another level, I want to say. I believe by the time, as of now, if you have to evaluate yourself now and before this last moon, I'm sure you have gained a lot. I'm sure even the way you will conduct yourself in the public, the way you will speak, will be different. Even if you did not get to speak, but you heard others speak. So it is important. So it is not just by words of mouth when we say ambassador, ambassador, ambassador. You are all ambassadors representing your various countries. Ambassadors don't steal. Ambassadors don't engage in a fight, in social vices, in fights. Ambassadors don't deride other tribes, other religions. So you have, from today, conduct yourself like ambassadors that you are. All those things, I will not be happy, and any of our TG PSs will also not be happy if in the school there is one of you was caught engaging in a social vice, flouting the rule of the school, and they now say, somebody who was a member of, no. That will be a sad commentary. So let that not happen to you. Congratulate each other because you heard what we said. You know how many students we have in Lagos State? Over 700,000. Millions. Millions, and you were selected. You were selected. You know how many students you have in your schools? Only 50 made it to this place. Only 50 made it to this place. So you are privileged, you are favored, and you should also remain, upright in all your dealings. Then I want to also specially thank and express our deepest appreciation to the management and staff of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA. The day we got in touch with the Director General via email that this is what we want to do, we set up a meeting, and all our prayers that we tabled before the Director General, he approved. We said we want to be using this place, approved. We want some of the research fellows of the Institute to be with us during the rehearsal. They are the technical experts when it comes to diplomacy and international relations. So, and that is the essence of what we are doing. He designated 2 persons, Dr. Ilesomi, she couldn't make it today, and Dr. Barrister Joy Agu. So thank you very much, ma. So throughout the rehearsal, I want to thank these children. Maybe the TGs may not know. Our rehearsal lasted for about 5 hours. Here on that day, we started past 10. In fact, over 5 hours, almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours, because we were taking each committee one after the other, and the children conducted themselves very well. Very well. Of course, it was challenging because that would be the first. So we were going back and forth. No, you don't say that. Yeah, this is what you say. This is what you do. But we thank God, it came out well. So thank you so much, the students. Thank you, the leaders of the LASSMUN 2023, and God bless you all. I also want to thank Dr. Mrs. Yes, Dr. Chinasa Oyiri. So thank you very much. Also not here, but that was so supportive and instrumental to the success of this is one of their staff in the corporate affairs unit, Marlene. She stayed with us throughout yesterday. You know, we set up this place yesterday till closing hour. She was here because we don't know any technical, they are technicians. We needed to check audio. We needed people to climb ladder, to put on banners, to do everything. She arranged and she stayed with us. We want to thank her. Please express our extent. Okay. You were there. So thank you very much. So, and I also want to thank my team, Akinyemi. We came from Abuja together. So yes, thank you very much. Then we have Adeyemi, who is also part of us by extension. Yes, thank you very much for. And in Abuja, there are people who worked till around 9 p.m. On Tuesday. We traveled on Wednesday, yesterday, to arrange all the gifts. So the whole office were on LASSMUN because nothing must go wrong. So, and we thank God, nothing went wrong. Thank you very much, ma. I will try as much as possible to visit every district because hands have changed. But it's great that I've met you here, but I will come to the district, even if for courtesy calls, just to say thank you. Thank you very much, and to our mommy, our leader. Yes, the most... Yes. You know, I said something and I meant it. She collected the baton. She collected the baton to lead this for this year. I can tell you, and you can see, for those who have been part of it in the past, that it is improving year in, year out. So, and I like working with her. She was the one that even first, let me confess, that first called that, when are we starting? The preparation, I don't want any last minute preparation. Let's start early. We have to meet. Of course, we have been discussing before she, in fact, graciously set up that meeting we had, you know, all the TGPS and myself. We have been discussing for about a month, but she wanted something to report before meeting, not just meeting you that these are the TGPSs. She said we must have something to report. So we started working, at least so that we can say this and this and this, so that then we now get input. So that, and you really enriched the program. Thank you very much, sir. So, ma, okay. Okay. Odama. Okay. References. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I've not finished my appreciation. I've not concluded. So we can only pray for you that the Almighty God shall continue to expand your coast, ma. He shall continue to keep you in the hollow of his hands. He will continue to save you from the snares of the fowler. Everything you touch shall prosper. Thank you very much, ma. Yes, yes, ma. So, as always, you know, she's a creative person. Each TG will stand here and have photograph with the students. So one after the other. While you are, raise your placards, but while you are seated. Okay. Akinyemi, see her now. Okay. And to our multimedia people, thank you. Just this one photograph. Oh, we are done. Program. There are plenty program outside. Plenty. Well done. District.
Raise it up. Aya. District 3. Representative GPS Education District 3. Odusi. Am I correct? Good. Okay. Up, 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 up. Aya. Great, 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 great. Great, great. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Beautiful. Beautiful. Kí ló tún kù?
Ó ti tán kánkán bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn tó ya tán dé ọ̀fẹ́ ya fọ́tò. Oh yeah, you can line up here. So. On le tour.
Oh yeah, ẹ̀yin náà lọ tó line up.
Ẹ tó.
They will shoot you to death. Wo, attempt ti lọ fẹ́ pa náà o. Ní àkọ́ máa fún mi. Oh yeah, yeah, aya. Ready, Mrs. President? Good to go. Smile. Look here. Good to go. Just smile. Aya. Aya. Great, great. So all. So God be the. So God be the.
Forgot me.